Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. The public hearing on the preliminary objection and possible merits reparation and costs in the Moliné O'Connor versus Argentina case is now open. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the delegation of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, to the representation of the alleged victim, and to the delegation of the Argentine Republic. This public hearing is being held within the framework of the 180th regular session of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, which is being held in the city of Asunción, Paraguay. I would like to point out that in accordance with the provisions of Article 19.1 of the Rules of Procedure of this court, Judge Veronica Gomez, an Argentine national, is not participating in this hearing or in the hearing and deliberation of this case. Rosia Mogrovich will not participate in this hearing because of force majeure. I now give the floor to the Secretary of the Court to make the corresponding clarifications. Thank you, Madam President. The purpose of this public hearing is to hear the testimony of 3 witnesses posed by the representatives of the alleged victim. We'll also hear the final arguments of the parties, the final observations of the Inter-American Commission on the preliminary objection, and the eventual merits, reparations, and costs in this case. This hearing is being broadcast live on the official platforms and social networks of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. I welcome the representation of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, composed of Maria Pilar Guiteras, coordinator of the case section of the Executive Secretariat, and Daniela Saavedra, advisor to the Executive Secretariat. I also welcome the representation of the alleged victim on the occasion exercised by Eduardo Moliné O'Connor and Enrique Moliné O'Connor. I also welcome the representation of the Republic of Argentina, whose delegation is composed of here by Alberto Julio Baños, Subsecretary of Human Rights of the Ministry of Justice of the Nation, Alberto Javier Salgado, Director, Human Rights Litigation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, and Culture of the Nation, and Gonzalo Bueno, Legal Advisor, the Director of the International Human Rights Litigation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade, and Culture of the Nation. Pursuant to Article 51 of the Rules of Procedure, the Court will initially hear the Inter-American Commission, which will make a pre-presentation of the case and will explain the ground for its substitution to this court, as well as any matter if it is relevant to its resolution. Subsequently, this court will hear the witness statements offered. Representatives of the state may question the witnesses at the time in the order previously communicated. Subsequently, the representative of the state may present their final oral arguments on the preliminary objection, any merits, reparations, and costs. Finally, the Inter-American Commission will present its final observations. We remind that those appear before the Commission that they must respect the time limits established for their interventions. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I will now give the floor to the representation of the Inter-American Commission to make the presentation of the case. Yes, thank you, Madam President. My name is Maria del Pablo Guerra. I'm coordinator of these cases for the Inter-American Court. I'll do the initial presentation. We salute the judges of the Inter-American Court and to the family members of the victims and to the representatives of the state. And Ms. Clark cannot participate in this hearing because of force majeure. In June of 2003, Mr. Kirchner asked to do they also to do an impeachment, and then before those affirmations, some deputies had an announcement made against Jose Eduardo Moliné O'Connor and other judges claiming poor performance in their functions. Leche Mellet and Mac. And July 3rd, 2003, the Commission of Deputies started the process against the victim, and August 13, 2003, the accusation was presented before the Senate. And the impeachment in October 8, 2003, the Senate suspended at the preventive suspension of Mr. Moliné. And September 13, 2003, the Senate dismissed the Mr. O'Connor, and in its admission of admissibility and foundation, the norm to was not compatible with the principle of legality because it allowed a procedure to start and to dismiss him because of the decisions he made as a magistrate, as a judge. They didn't justify that this measure was needed or to avoid bad performance in the administration of justice. And the principle of judicial independence, the commission saw that in the mission of the impeachment, there were authorities that participated they were linked to the executive branch and without observing the impartiality. So it did have a procedure that would it provoked that the resources presented by the victim through the impeachment were rejected. On the other hand, the legal recourses presented by the Supreme Court were not effective, and the judicial protection was not guaranteed when the arguments were given the right to have an impartial body and the right of defense and the the motivation. And the commission on the May 20th informed the Argentine state to give them a term of 2 months to give the information of compliance. And before have justice or having partial justice, the commission decided to submit the case. This has inter-American matters. It will allow the court to continue to develop its jurisprudence on standards that are applied to processes against operators of justice. It can refer to the guarantees that the states need to comply with in order that the process comply with a non-political process, and including the sanctions that are applied to observe the principle of legality and guarantee of effective legal resources. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we'll receive the declaration of Susana Vita Almeida, presented by the representation of the victim. I ask the secretary to give so the secretary can take her information. Thank you, Madam President. Susana Vita Almeida. Good afternoon. Please tell us your name. Susana Vita Almeida O'Connor. Thank you. Your nationality and place of residence are Argentina. And Recoleta is my place of residence. The declarant must limit herself to answer clearly and precisely the questions that will be asked. Mrs. Rita Almeida is informed that she was summoned by the court to testify on the circumstances under which the impeachment proceeding that culminated in the removal of her husband, Eduardo Jose Antonio Moliné O'Connor, from the position of Justice of the Supreme Court of Justice of the nation would have occurred, and the consequences that at a personal family level would have derived from the events. Reported that in accordance with Article 53 of the Rules of Procedure of the Court, the states may not prosecute the alleged victims, witnesses, and experts, their representatives or legal advisors, or retaliate against them or their next of kin on account of their statements, opinions rendered, or their legal defense before the court. I ask the declarant to stand up so that the Madam President may administer the oath. All rise. Good morning, Mrs. Almeida. Do you solemnly swear and declare that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to the representation of the alleged victim to receive with a question. Okay, I'll give you the first question. How did you live the process of removal of Eduardo, your husband? It was very wearing for me, for him, and for the entire family. We were treated bad by the general public when we would go out in the morning to go to the court. There are a lot of journalists that only asked him if he was going to renounce, and there were a lot of protesters and journalists that asked him these questions. You know that if, in addition, you received telephone threats? Yes. Continuously, we received telephone threats. We received them in our home. They would play the funeral march by phone, that blood was to be spilled, that the family could have deaths in the family, and also my children, in their homes, the same occurred. So we were in a very bad situation. What could you tell us about the history of your health or illness, that everything you went through in the 10 years during the entire process of the impeachment and afterwards? Yes, I can tell you about the deterioration of his health. He suffered from pancreatic cancer and other illnesses because he was totally without energy. He would go to the hearings. They were very wearing on him. He tried to defend himself, and he felt that instead of defending himself, that they weren't judging him, they were executing him. Can you tell us what his illness was and what treatment he received? Yes, as I stated beforehand, he had pancreatic cancer, one of the worst cancers there is. Very seldom does someone to survive this. He was operated on, where they removed the tumor, and at first it seemed he was well, the analysis gave a good result, but over time, he had another tumor, and that he had metastasis in the treatment. He had a 9-month treatment of chemotherapy. It's very, very strong, and one is left without energy after this type of treatment. Do you know if the petitioner if he received his retirement as a judge? Was he paid for his retirement? Well, when he was removed in 2003, he never received his retirement pay as a judge, even though it was granted in 1998. When he received this by the Secretariat of Social Development, meaning Susana, this is going to be for our later years. It will be very peaceful. Something happens to me, you will be well, and so we left that like it was. That didn't happen. This was when he was removed. One of the things that they did to him, they totally took away his retirement pay. He didn't receive retirement pay. Do you consider that was another cause for his the deterioration of his health? Yes, of course it was. Yes. It's very debilitating for something like that to happen, because when one is from one day to another, you don't have any economic standing. As a widow, do you usually receive payment for your pension? In August 20th, 2015, this is when my husband passed away. From that time, I didn't receive any pension as a widow. What do you live from? What have you lived from all these years? I lived from the savings my husband had, because before being a judge of the court, he was a very successful lawyer. He had very good cases, very important cases, and they were his savings, and then he didn't use them afterwards because he had his salary as a judge. So I used those savings until I used them up, and then I had to sell my weekend home and a plot of land that we had on a beach for our latter years to do something. Now I'm living from the proceeds of the sales of my home and the beachfront property. Yes. Your son Santiago, he was very close to my husband, and they shared everything. He played very well with paddle, and they would sometimes play. So when my husband passed away, my son was very sad and became depressed, and he took the worst determination, and for me it totally destroyed me. Was Eduardo a healthy person? Eduardo was a very healthy person before his illness. Even though he was ill, he practiced several sports, but I calculate they became ill because of everything that happened. What would you think if the removal process had not occurred? Do you think he would have became ill, would have died the way he did? No, I think not. I think in large part his illness came from everything that happened and what the family was going through. Is it possible to repair all the damage suffered to the petitioner and his family? No. No. Practically that is not possible. Eduardo changed a lot. He's not the person that I knew before his removal. His nature changed a lot all the time. He paid a lot of attention of things that were occurring. No, he wasn't the same person, and his health began to deteriorate. And it finished with what happened, which I mentioned. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for representation of the alleged victim. Next, I will not give the floor to the state's representation to proceed with the question. You? Not gonna leave the stand? No. Now there's a space for that. My colleagues asking questions. Leo Moreno, do you have any questions? Yes, Madam President, I do. Good morning, Susana. Good morning. You're welcome here to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and also to Paraguay. Thank you. I see this is very well organized. We would have wished for you to come to visit us in more pleasurable circumstances. You referred in your testimony that, well, I'd like to thank that for you to give us this testimony this morning that it's impossible to repair the damage that you went through as a family. However, as a court, we have a purpose, and in that sense, I would like to ask you, what do you expect from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights? Yeah, well, firstly, I expect to receive my pension constitutionally, and that was taken. I understand. Well, yeah, I expect that. I'm sorry that your husband is not here, but I would like to ask you, this public demonstrations, when did they happen? Yes, they continually happen in the morning. They explode these fireworks. Did that happen near your house or the office? No, would come to the door. They came to the door of your house. Yes. Yes, there was also a total threat before his removal. To the entire court, there was a threat at the beginning when it started. In front of the court, the palace court, there were 9 persons who lay down that dressed as inmates, and they saw that they would be removed one by one. A lot of them said no, but the threats were very strong. So some did renounce. Where did these demonstrations come from? So yes, some of them resigned. Mhm. Yes, they would install themselves with and doing gestures. And were these internal political movements? Yes. For example, when he would go out to go work, where the driver would come here to take him to the court, he had a lot of journalists that would ask him uncomfortable questions when he was going to resign, and accuse bothering him with these questions. And in the plaza, it would explode, fireworks, and there would be some warnings written on signs held up of people. It was very worrying. And the family, how was that made up? How many children do you have? 4 children. But after Santiago, there are only 3. He took the worst determination. He committed suicide. He was he accompanied my husband very much, and he went through a lot of pain through this process. When the situation happened where you, in such a way, you stopped receiving your pension, did you make any claim in the internal judicial instances through your lawyers? Did you go to do some legal proceeding when he died? No, I understand in 2014. Yes. We would continually make claims, and we don't know if they were actually heard, and nothing actually happened. There were no results of that. I will ask you, and ask this question this afternoon to representation and maybe to the state. You mentioned that in 1998 he received a benefit of retirement. No, it was granted, and it was acquired. So when he would finish working, he would start perceiving that money, and that was never carried out. No, never. And the reason was because of his removal. Was that alleged? Yes, because of it. The reason was for his removal. Another thing that they mentioned, another problem that they gave. I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much for your appearance and your valuable testimony. Thank you. Yes, Judge. Judge Orea, do you have any questions? Thank you. Regarding what was questioned by Judge Moliné and what you just answered, was that a private retirement program, or was that a public retirement program? No, it was a public retirement program given to all the judges and all the persons request that retirement, because he was of age to receive it. He had the years of service, and all of the conditions were paid. All the contributions were already paid. He had all the requirements for this retirement program. So he could, yes, he could receive that payment and not to do all the paperwork. He was already granted that condition. you said that every morning, or normally after this testimony and then from the executive branch, specifically the president and people from Congress, went to ask him to resign, and also journalists would ask him, and so the journalists, there were journalists sent to him, journalists and other persons as well. There's a sector from journalism that was with him. That's to say, what he was going through was some type of harassment or not? No, I don't actually remember. There were some. I don't recall who there were. Generally, they all are in this, or take this position because the president wished this to happen. Most of the journalists were in the line to resign. Is that correct? Yes, but there were some that were not. But they're journalists and other persons as well. But the other persons didn't go from the court to his home to do more protests. I'm sure you spoke with your husband of the reasons by which these circumstances were happening. At some point, did you refer to him, or did you speak to him? Yeah. He wasn't directly involved in the case. If he had resolved this and he was right about it, did you know that case? No, I didn't know that. Well, did he tell you why he didn't resign? Because there were a lot of judges that would resign. There were several, and there was a moment. No, not a lot of judges resigned. Yes. Yeah. Yes, there's judges started to resign one by one. Nazarano was the president of the court, who was accompanying him. My husband accompanied him. He alleged that he had a coronary disease, and after how much time were these things started? I don't know exactly, but I would say 4 months, more or less. So that after 4 months of this tension, the impeachment proceeding considered, and in Nazareno and others, a lot of others, had received threats, and well, my husband at a certain moment, and I also thought that it wasn't worth it, that we should have done the same thing, but to go through this. But he did it for him and for the entire judicial branch. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge. Judge Perez Lopez, do you have any questions? Good morning, Ms. Almeida. you were cited to declare, to give testimony due to the consequences you went through, and the other one, the other reason, are the circumstances of the impeachment that affected your husband. So I will ask you questions regarding the impeachment. First, the relationship you had with your deceased husband, did he tell you how this poor performance trial or impeachment happened? Or did he mention anything about this? What were the reasons for the impeachment? No, it was all a hoax. There were two trials, two cases. One case that wasn't constitutional. Apparently, that was resolved in that way. They decided to do it that way, and he was
Acquitted.
he was acquitted. They just, and then the other one, they just invented the case or the causes. Or why are you mentioning? Why are you saying that they invented these the reasons, the causes, the reasons for this? Because he was judged because something related to constitutionality. It was something vague. That's what they decided. It was related to the Meller case, which was about some telephone guys and something else. Thank you. Another question. Do you know if in the framework of this process he presented any requisition to do you know if your husband told you about difficulties he had to defend himself during the process regarding the time he was granted, if he wasn't granted? Can you tell us about that? Yes, he was granted a very short time for answering everything he was asking for. They wouldn't give it to him. He would present people to testify, and they would reject it. They would reject them, and the impeachment process was extremely stressful. There was a senator who arrived the day before. She raised her hand at the impeachment because she was told that the time frame had to be fulfilled so that he could be removed as quickly as possible. And they would raise their hands, all of them, they would vote, and one of them was granted a lab shortly after the impeachment, after he was removed. and there was someone that was giving out money for his impeachment. People who changed their opinions, their answers. Those who were supporting him at the beginning were changing their views. That's what happened. That's the little that I know. Because I lived of, some of this, because I was there at the trial when he was removed. On the one hand, he was being judged and he was being removed, but on the other hand, he could still, they didn't disqualify him, he could still be a senator, for example. And the president, Cristina, was furious with what had happened, but they didn't disbar him. You don't worry about technical terms. Just explain it in your own words. Just calmly. I'm not a lawyer. I try to explain it as best I can. I was with him the whole time. Do you know if he had any difficulties for this decision to be revised? Do you know about that? Regarding pension that you were mentioning, when was this granted? What were the characteristics of it, and why it was uh, taken from you? It was granted on 1980. Sorry, 1990. And my husband was very happy because his elderly life was already solved when he would retire. And it was granted by the social development ministry. When everything was checked, he got it. So he was very happy. But this would only be effective when he stopped working, of course. And this, he didn't get it because he he didn't he didn't have his job anymore. So, do you know if how was the process for claiming this pension? How the process went through? Yes, this was claimed, but there were no answers. It filed extraordinary appeals against the decision, but there were many years. Those were many years of struggles, and it was around 22 years. About the pension, do you remember? 22 years. And your husband, how long was his career as a judge? 10 perfect years. And then he had the impeachment for 10 years. You have to please do not instruct the is testifying. When you're answering, you need to look at us, please. Regarding the date, I don't remember correctly. I have studied, but just I. It's hard for me to remember the dates. This is very stressful as well. My question was, how long did he work at the judicial branch? Not in the Supreme Court. In general, the judicial branch. Oh, my husband, when he started working, was at 17 years old at the court, and he was working there until he graduated. Then he started working as a lawyer, and he worked at the court with a lot of experience. But then he stopped working, and he was uh, he was appointed a judge of the Supreme Court. And regarding the facts you are telling us, why do you think this impeachment happened? Well, for me, Nestor Kirchner, who came from the south, he sent for this to happen. He wanted the whole Supreme Court to resign. They were all they were all threatened, and with the pressure that they were sustaining, they started resigning. But the political power, they wanted him, they wanted all of them to resign, to put their own people. Are there any other information you want us to know from what you lived through, what you observed? Is there anything else you would like to add? No, I think I said everything, or I tried. Thank you very much, Miss Almeida. Thank you, Judge Perez Manrique. Do you have any questions? Yes, Madam President. I wanted to ask you, when impeachment was finished, what was his reaction? What was his reaction to this happening and the comments he made? Well, he had to just accept this. He was very happy he wasn't disbarred, because in general, when they are removed, normally it's tied to disbarment, but it wasn't the case. So everything was a hoax. Everything was fake. They they didn't want to disbar him because they knew that he was a very good person. We knew him. You talked about the media scorn and the discredit. What was the image it was shown of him? How was he portrayed? Most of the things they said they said that he would just work up these rulings of different cases, but that wasn't true. Um, there was an idea that was installed in the media. Were there accusations on corruption? Not anymore. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge Perez Manrique. Ms. Almeida, this court does not have any further questions. Thank you for your testimony. You can be seated in the audience and continue listening. Thank you very much to all of you for having me here. Have a good day. Thank you. I request the secretary to call the witness Cecilia Moliné, proposed by the representatives to testify, take her data to make the pertinent precautions. Thank you, Madam President. Cecilia Moliné. Good morning. Please, could you tell the court your name? Cecilia Moliné. Thank you very much. What's your nationality and place of residence? Argentina, Buenos Aires. Thank you very much. The clerk should limit herself to answer clearly and precisely the questions put to her. She's informed that she was summoned by the court to testify on what would have happened in her family environment at the time when her father, Eduardo José Antonio Moliné O'Connor, was subjected to impeachment proceedings and subsequently removed from the position of Justice of the Supreme Court of Justice of the nation, and the consequences that at personal and family level would have derived from the facts. It is reported that in accordance with Article 53 of the Rules of Procedure of the Court, the states may not prosecute the alleged victim, witnesses, and experts, their representatives or legal advisors, or retaliate against them or their family members on account of their statements, opinions rendered, or their legal defense before the court. Please stand up for the oath so that the Madam President may administer the oath. Cecilia Moliné, do you swear or solemnly declare that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please take a seat. I will give the floor to the representation of the alleged victim to proceed with the question. First question, how would you describe your father? My father was an excellent human being, a great father. He was caring, a father who was always there for each of his children, loving with his wife. He had a great sense for justice. He was brave. What can you tell us about the process of removal? How did you live this process? This removal process, the most hurtful and strongest and disarming of our family. It's almost 25 years since the, since what happened. He was an example, and it was a huge burden for the whole family. I hope that all the sacrifice and the bravery with which he made front to everything that happened serves of something. What can you tell us about the harassment that he received until his death? The harassment was extreme because every morning there was a huge amount of journalists asking, "Are you going to resign? You're going to resign." At the court as well, they will send him a group of delinquents or a group of troublemakers with drums um, at the front of the house, making noise. Um, a large group of protesters. It, I don't know how he handled it and how he went through all of that. Did the family receive telephone threats? Honestly, I knew about that later on, and I think my mother as well. They didn't tell us about those threats, but later on I came to know that if he didn't resign, we would kill everyone. Blood is gonna run, it's gonna spill. The uh, they would call with the funeral march on the phone, and I found out about this later. Do you know if any criminal proceedings were placed? And yes, after he was removed, he continued with the claims in international organizations. After he unjust he was there was a claim on unjust enrichment. All his accounts were frozen. He was removed. His accounts were frozen. Uh, what else? It was horrible. It was martyrdom. Do you remember who was the judge? Yes, the judge Ollarvide, a very questioned judge that pardoned the Kirchner couple. So he was a judge that was known for cleaning the cases from the Kirchner. What were the cases of illicit enrichment in Switzerland? We had to hire a lawyer. He was pardoned in Switzerland. And only then he his accounts were unfrozen. He was acquitted in Switzerland, but he didn't have any pension without his his patrimony. What can you tell us about the deterioration of his health with this whole process of removal? He was removed at 65 years old. He died at 70 years old. He was a young person. He was a sportsman. They took everything from him. Everything. Do you consider that not having his income uh, influence in the deterioration of his health? Yes, absolutely. Yes. Not being able to have this money. What was his disease and um, what was the treatment for it? A year before he died, pancreatic cancer was detected. He was he went he had a surgery. The tumor was extracted, and he lasted only for 1 year. He was very sick from previous years. Without any income, what was how did your mother survive without any income? Before he was minister of the court, he had very important cases. He was a lawyer, and he was able to save um, substantial amount of money. And when he was removed, all the savings had to be used. And until today, both of them, and then later my mother, and today my mother has to sell two properties. She is running out of income. She needs her pension because she is 85 years old, and the savings of 22 years of my father are not forever. So this situation brings a lot of anguish to my mother. How was the relationship of your brother Santiago with your father? My brother was extremely close to my father. During impeachment, he was the only one who was single without sons or daughters. It was his shadow. He would go with him everywhere. They would play some kind of tennis together. They were extremely close. And the death of my father's death, um, my brother went through extreme, severe depression, and after 1 year, he committed suicide. It was really, really horrible. Was your father healthy? My father was extremely healthy. He was removed at 65 years old. He would play tennis, different sports. He looked 10 years younger. He was an active person. It was someone that was smart with several interests. It was a huge loss. If this didn't happen, the removal, do you think this would have happened? No, I don't think so. Because since he was a very sporty person, he was doing very well before being judge in the court. He was hard worker, successful, extremely intelligent. It was a huge loss. Is it possible to repair all the damage suffered? No, it is impossible to repair. it is impossible, to be honest. If I have to go back in time, I would tell my dad, please resign, this is not worthy. You are very brave, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Would you tell us, would you like to tell us something? To be honest, everything was a hoax. He was removed due to the mayor case because of the cases of Smith and San Luis to defend the the savings of people, to defend the rights of people. That was his cross. And then they took his pension. The law states if you are removed by impeachment, you lose your pension. And that law should change because it's as if a president has a gun in his hand. He was the head of any justice of the Supreme Court, and he can do it. So who will resign if they can lose um, their pension? My father was very brave, but today I say it wasn't worth it. He should have just resigned. To he should have just enjoyed of his life and his grandchildren. I hope this serves any purpose. We ask for justice for our family. Please, please give her back her pension. And may this serve to the Argentinian people to defend the judicial branch. He wanted to defend his dignity, his honor. But until today, what's most important is for my mother to get her pension back. No more questions. Thank you very much to the presentation of the alleged victim. I will now give the floor to the state representation. The state won't make any questions. Thank you very much. I ask my colleagues if you have any questions. Judge Theo Moreno. Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning, Miss Cecilia. Thank you for your testimony. It was very valuable for this court. Welcome to the Inter-American Court. Welcome to the Paraguay. Welcome to Paraguay. I want to ask you just a few questions. I'm going to be brief. What do you expect from this court, Mrs. Healy? I hope that my father's pension is returned. I know he is here with my brother in this room. That all the damage caused to his family can be repaired because my father was successful, healthy. My youngest brother committed suicide. This was very serious. It cannot happen that because a president just decides, throws away or wants to kick all the judges of the Supreme Court. This cannot happen. My father, before he was removed, he would say, I will go to the Inter-American Court because he was always talking about the Fujimori case. And uh, 1 year he made the claim before he was removed, and then they
Illicit enrichment.
they put a case on him of illicit enrichment. This was incredible. Can you please tell us about this? Uh, what happened with the national
Chain.
chain of communication? President Kirchner on June the 4th broadcasted what what broadcast through radio or television in Argentina when the president wants to speak to the whole country. The radio, they broadcast the TV and the radio, they broadcast everything. It's a simultaneous connection of television stations in a in so in this broadcast in national television, he said we need to remove all the judges from the Supreme Court that damaged the Argentinian people so much. So he said we are going to go after all the judges from the court. And the year before, the previous president, Eduardo Dualde, he impeached the whole 9 judges, and then all the justices they won. So next year they learned the lesson and they started one by one. So they started by the president. He resigned. My father was the vice president. He wasn't going to resign even if he were killed. Then they continued with my father. Then there were 3 other judges, and then the last one, Moyano, who is also at the Inter-American Court. I understand that all the brothers were older when everything happened. When my father was removed, December 3rd, 2003, I went to my daughter's event. She was 3 years old, and now she is 23. And I tell my sons and daughters, you need to see this because this is the story of our family. It's been 22 years that we've been battling with this. And I congratulate my 2 brothers. I congratulate them because with I said many times, let's just give up. It's been 20 years. Nothing is moving here. I told my dad, just quit. Just quit. But I congratulate the 3 of them because they said, no, this will we will win. We will win. And they were right. Thank you so much. You are touching an important topic, which is 20 years past to be to think about on how the system works. Thank you for touching upon that subject. You also talked about the situation of harassment, signs in front of the house. Just please explain to us or describe to us how your mother felt your brothers with all these protesters in front of the house. How did you feel? I was just recently married, and when I went to my father's house, my parents' house, I would find all of this. My 2 brothers who were younger, they would live this every day. The time when I was more shocked, I was going down the stairs at the court, and I saw all people dressed as prisoners with the picture of his face in this person with a name on the chest of this protester, and it was a crowd of journalists, and they would tell him, "Are you not going to resign? How can you not resign? This is impossible against the whole Senate. You alone." That this came from all the sectors of the press. Yes, they were in favor of this. Why do you think this happened? To be honest, before Kirchner came into office, my father took office in 1990. There was a move in the press when Menem arrived or took office. He appointed 5 ministers. He used to say the automatic majority. And when all of this happened, my father's secretary brought him a report from the University of Buenos Aires that studied all the jurisprudence of this court, that they would talk about the automatic majority, and they would say that only 10% of the constitutional topics against the state, only 10% these new judges, 70% voted for unanimity. So it was disqualifying the press to disrepute the court. And I told once to my dad, "Why don't you go out and talk and defend yourself? It's impossible against the whole press. It's like, these are the rules of the game," he told me. I cannot go against this. Is a David and Goliath battle. The journalists would say, I just have 2 more questions, Miss Cecilia. Regarding this, uh, what happened to other ministers of the Supreme Court, I have a quote here from something that was published, La Nación journal at that time.
A person affirmed the following. There, I apologize. And this is a direct comment. Moliné, we have to remove now because he was the person who held us by our balls with a corralito during Ovalde's government. Yes, I perfectly know that. As a family, how did you react that they refer and to him this way and everything that was going on around him? That was in a session of the Senate in the impeachment, in my father's impeachment hearings, alleging that to those senators, we have to remove him because he but he had us because of the corralito. That was the true motive. And Major, that was an invention. The real cause was the judgment of Smith. And even though they know that there are tachographers and everything's in the act, the next day it came out in the newspapers. They don't even have, aren't even careful. This happened in a closed room. Yes, one last question, and I will ask this with the highest respect. I would like to know when you refer to the problem that your deceased father had with the accounts in Switzerland. Is it normal in Argentina for persons to have accounts in Switzerland? And in this case of your family, why this happened? Was that a problem because of the financial situation in Argentina? What was the problem with the family? Or why did your father decide to open these accounts? No, it's very normal because our economic system historically has always been a disaster. So people safeguard their patrimony or their assets outside of Argentina. If you'd like, I can explain this better. What happened? It came a letter rogatory to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that went to Yarvide, and Yarvide started the investigation of illegal enrichment. It came in the court of Sirina Correa, starts the investigation in Switzerland, but my father realizes that letter rogatory, as he knew that being a judge, that the seals, the words, the vocabulary, the way that it was written, after 2 days, he said, this is not a letters rogatory. But instead of in challenging this letters rogatory, he said, I'm going to show all of my assets that I earned legally before being a member of the court. He justified all of his professional fees as a lawyer. He was automatically pardoned. And so he earned a lot of money as a lawyer, thank God. And I think that also achieved that he didn't have to resign. I don't know if a judge the whole day can confront a impeachment knowing that judge will lose his or her pension. I think not. But that law needs to change in Argentina. You review the legislation of the countries, above all ours. The Pact of San Jose, Costa Rica is included in our Constitution. So they broke the national Constitution. They violated the national Constitution. In our country, the convention is within the national Constitution, so it's more serious. So thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge Moreno. Now, Judge Borea, do you have any questions? Yes. Maybe you accept this or not, but you know what, Judge Boarvide, did he ascend it in ranks? Was he promoted? Was he removed afterwards? What I know is that he passed away. He pardoned the Kirchner marriage when he was subject to several impeachment proceedings. In the last one, he resigned, and the journalist asked him something about why he had pardoned the Kirchner marriage, and he said before the press, "What did you expect?" Because people from the intelligence services came, and they almost choked me by the neck. Those are that's a direct quote from him. How much time after your father's situation did the judge Vita died? I think he died from coronavirus in 2019. Within the media environment and the political environment and the government that has to do with the analysis of the court. Did they was he considered as a functional person who supported Kirchner? Yes, they did. Yes. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very kind on your part. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge Boreal. Judge Perez Goldberg, do you have any questions? Good morning. Cecilia, I would like to ask you a few questions, perhaps to more background on things that you already referred to. You referred to the causes Smith and San Luis and said that that case had to do with the intangibility of deposits in U.S. dollars, and that was the real reason that motivated the impeachment, not the Mele case, not the not the Meller case. What was that case like, and can you so we can understand the context that you referred to? They created a financial corral, which started at the beginning. One could withdraw up to $250, only $250, and after a few weeks, withdrawals in dollars were blocked totally. That's the large corral, or corralón in Spanish. But then, so the city started to do challenges having to do with the financial corral, and it was famous that it came out in all the newspapers. There were like 12 blocks to present the challenges. The court had to open another other courts because they couldn't have handle the amount of lawsuits from the corralito. They needed to open a lot of jurisdictional forums to help resolve the case of the corralito. And really, the first judgment, the Smith, was February 1st. On February 1st, 2002, when the Smith judgment came out. When the Smith sentence judgment came out in 2002, the lines for challenging this topic were present, and the entire country was put in a state of disarray where no one could move their dollars. The Smith decision said that if you deposited dollars, you needed to receive dollars. The Miller case, it was similar, and then we had that judgment. This is a province against the national state. So if I understand well, it has a resolution that challenging resources promoted by individuals in San Luis and Mr. Smith. Smith was a citizen. after Smith, there were millions of challenges with Corralito. San Luis was a province against the national state. So the content of those judgments were fundamentally similar. If you deposited $1, you needed they needed to return or you need to receive $1. Regarding the question done by my colleague Judge Moreno, when in the Senate testimony was accepted, what relation did it have with this judgment? Well, Senator Neuer said that Moliné needed to be removed because he was the cause of the Corralito. And equally, in the answer in 2007 on the complaint of the Commission, the Ministry of Economics, the Chamber of the Senate and the lower chamber and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that the real motive for dismissal of Moliné was the Corralito, not the topic of measures. So the defense, my father had the complaint in the commission when those four bodies of the state give their answer. They said that the real motive was Smith and San Luis in the case that we are talking about at this moment. Thank you very much. Another question, please. Do you have knowledge that if we were in the framework of the impeachment, did your father promote a recusal, and what happened with that? Yes, he also, and he presented the challenge of Christina Kirchner, who was the wife of Mr. Kirchner and who spoke in the national network. She started with the Commission of Constitutional Matters at the beginning of the Senate of the trial. That they needed to have done that in the Senate, but because she directed the area of constitutional matters, then the Mayer case, which is the main cause, the Meller case, they it came to light when the period of evidence had closed. The accusing party added it to the file without letting my father or his defense know that in the stage of accusation they never showed the Meller case. Yes, in case of the in the case of the challenge was presented against Christina Kirchner. It was in the lower chamber in deputies. They said that it needed to be resolved in the Senate. When it came to the Senate said it needed to be resolved by the deputies, the lower chamber. Was there an answer to the challenge? No, there was no answer of challenge. And they had also challenged Ioya and also Jujoma. There were a few more challenges. None were resolved. And regarding giving the knowledge that you reference to that you came across the cause of poor performance with this result of this challenge. Because I do this question because in Chile, where I'm from, there's a express this provision that constitutional matters have to do with the content of judicial decision. What you're saying is the content of judicial matters, in what consist the poor performance? What did that consist in as a basis for the impeachment? First, they accused it because of Meller, then Marino Macri. It was dismissed by the senators, but in Meller, they accused him to convalidate a process, a fraudulent process, proceeding, having validated a fraudulent proceeding, excuse me. They hadn't taken into account the resource of the court because they didn't open the resource. They had validated a fraudulent proceeding from the administration. That was the accusation. So in Meller, the topic was that it was a cause that was resolved in an arbitrary court, and these decisions are cannot be appealed. And this arbitral court presents an extemporary decision which was denied, and then they present the resource of complaints on what had been resolved in the arbitral court. And it's not what an arbitral court decides is not retributable. And that the arbitration court had a sum against the state, and that supposed sum was generated at the Ministry of Economy. The count never, the court, the court judgment never came out because it validated the complete resource. But you say that the poor performance that attributed to your father had consisted to deny a resource having to do with a decision from the arbitration court. So another question regarding resources that your father had interposed regarding the decision. Do you have knowledge of how that happened? How it was the resources against the institution? Yes, these were. He did a resource before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that there was due diligence, but it wasn't a judicial a matter. So they did say that they thought it was too much for having removed him. They removed him, and they removed his salary in the middle of the trial. It was too much to have removed the judge's salary, but they didn't say anything about violations of due diligence. They didn't say anything about that. They said that there was due diligence. Now, finishing with the questions. So my colleagues can say, regarding the pension that had been given to your father in 1998, do you know of how long this process lasted? That was in 1998 until he would resign. So all the papers were ready for the day he decided to resign. When they removed him, he goes to the administrative resolution to collect his pension. Then there's a new administrative resolution that Kirchner's had revoked the resolution from 1998. He had already had a acquired right, for the right to retirement. Berkshire's government came out with a new resolution that revokes the previous one and decrees the annulment of the previous one. There's one thing that I don't understand. You said that a law by which the judges can lose their rights. Remember, here you don't. That there was a resolution that revoked the resolution that granted the retirement. What the judicial basis did this administrative action have? How how did the loss of retirement happen? I suppose that in the law of special retirement, that if there's an impeachment, you don't have a right to retirement. Based on that, they revoked the previous resolution. The resolution doesn't say, the new resolution doesn't say anything, doesn't say much, doesn't say anything, yes. And lastly, you said, you answered a question of one of my colleagues, that given your father had savings, he was able to not resign and to continue with the impeachment proceeding, to defend his honor, you said. From that perspective, what consequences did it have for you and your family, the attribution of poor performance and of your father, and how did that affect you in that regard, that attribute? Was there a consequence, an emotional consequence? I think in that, that was the only thing achieved there. To leave his honor and dignity attached, because the entire country went through what happened, and I think the only thing that was fulfilled today, I would have said to my father, please resign, but he saved his honor, so he left in evidence the perverse system that pursued him. Understand, from the point of view and your family having been exposed to your father's situation, was there a type of effect or consequence for you that you esteem that was damaging to you as a family? Yes, my father died, passed away very young, and my younger brother committed suicide. Two members of the family today are no longer with us. It was our family's cross to bear. Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions, Madam President. Thank you. Now, Judge Dink, do you have any questions? Thank you. This court has no more questions. Ms. Moliné Connor, you can sit down in the audience. We thank you for your testimony. We're going to do a 20-minute recess. Please stand. The court will now retire. Will now leave. The court will
nuestra relación ha sido una relación normal. Él era una persona normal y yo también supongo que lo soy.
¿Nos podría describir la relación de Néstor Kirchner como gobernador de la provincia con la justicia de esa provincia?
Horrible, mala, es poco. La Corte nuestra, por razones de la expansión territorial que tiene la República Argentina, para ejercer principalmente funciones de superintendencia, antes de que estuviera el Consejo de la Magistratura creado, estaba dividido en 9 zonas, que éramos 9 los ministros que integrábamos el tribunal. Yo tuve la zona primero del norte, que tenía su sede en la Cámara Federal de Chaco, en la capital, en la ciudad Resistencia, en la provincia de Chaco. Y posteriormente pasé a tener la zona sur, con sede en la Cámara Federal de Comodoro Rivadavia, que abarca desde ahí hasta la Antártida, pasando por todas las provincias, en este caso la provincia de Santa Cruz, que era de la cual el luego presidente de la República Argentina era gobernador. Así que conozco perfectamente lo que sucedió allí, y fue un desastre también. Depuso la Corte, que ahí no se llama Corte, el Tribunal Superior de Santa Cruz, justamente se llama Tribunal Superior. Hay provincias que se llaman Corte y otras que se llaman Tribunales Superiores. En este caso era el nombre Tribunal Superior. Había depuesto también en la Corte y ha hecho una Corte a su medida. A la Corte anterior la había depuesto. Puso como presidente de la Corte a uno que era su secretario, de apellido Zanini, que después estuvo durante todos los gobiernos del presidente Kirchner y de su esposa, que fueron una continuación uno del otro, como secretario legal y técnico de las presidencias de la República Argentina. Puedo ejemplificar lo horrible que fue el manejo del Tribunal Superior del gobernador Kirchner con respecto al Tribunal Superior de Santa Cruz, con el solo hecho de que porque no le gustaba o no se sometía a sus caprichos, porque otro nombre no podría encontrar ahora, depuso al procurador Sosa. Una cosa mal hecha, recurrió el procurador Sosa a la Justicia Federal y la Corte nuestra ordenó su reposición, nunca lo cumplió, se insistió varias veces, nunca lo cumplió, y yo como ministro de esa zona traté por todos los medios de buscar un arreglo, pero no se pudo lograr. Quiso indemnizarlo a Sosa, un hombre muy digno, no aceptó ningún tipo de indemnización, creo que le había ofrecido $1 o 2 millones de dólares, no lo aceptó Sosa y bueno, nunca cumplió con la sentencia que le había dado la Corte Suprema Federal. A punto tal de que pensando ya el Tribunal Superior en pedirle al Ejecutivo la intervención de la justicia de Santa Cruz porque era un desastre lo que estaba haciendo, bueno, se sucedieron una serie de hechos, cambió el Ejecutivo Nacional, en ese momento el presidente era de la Rúa y eso fue quedando en la nada. Después vinieron una serie de presidentes transitorios, uno duró una semana, que fue el que más duró, Rodríguez A, estuvo un par de días otro que se llamaba Puerta, y también el presidente de la Cámara de Diputados, Camaño, un día o 2 días, y bueno, y eso se fue diluyendo, pero nunca cumplió con reponer a los magistrados que correspondían en la Corte de Santa Cruz. Cuando el presidente Kirchner llega a la presidencia de la Nación, replica exactamente en el orden federal lo que había hecho en el orden provincial, que yo recién lo reseñé muy rápidamente. Empezando, él asume el 25 de mayo del 2003 y 10 días después, el 4 de junio, se produce un hecho muy urticante con la Corte porque él exigía que la Corte cambiara la jurisprudencia, que ella era una jurisprudencia firme con cosa juzgada federal relativa a la declaración de inconstitucionalidad de un cambio del signo monetario, que se cambió el peso convertible por lo que se llamó especificación asimétrica y una requisa indiscriminada de la totalidad de los fondos de los ahorristas y incluso el no cumplimiento de lo que se había pactado por escrituras públicas, por ejemplo, hipotecas y demás que estaban hechas en otra moneda, como podía ser el dólar, principalmente era el dólar, pero también había en euros y había en cualquier otra divisa extranjera, y eso no se respetaba, y se fue lo que se llama la especificación asimétrica, que fue un cambio de signo monetario y una devaluación y requisa de esos dineros que nunca se le devolvían a los ahorristas. Hasta ahí, si quieren, puedo seguir abundando. Y ahí empezó uno de los grandes conflictos con la Corte. Un día estábamos por sacar una sentencia en un caso que se llamaba Lema. Lema era el actor, que era un ciudadano que creo que era de la provincia de Corrientes y tenía un depósito en el Banco de Galicia, y creo que era el Banco de Galicia, y estaba pidiendo justamente que se le respetara sus derechos sobre la propiedad privada, porque un crédito, sea por hipoteca, sea por depósitos en plazos fijos o cosas por el estilo, es una propiedad privada. Este hombre lo necesitaba para una operación de cáncer y aparte venía con un amparo, no se lo respetó. Y la Corte sentenció. Ese día firmamos la sentencia por una mayoría calificada y cuando se enteró el presidente de la República, recién asumido, que habíamos firmado esa sentencia y que se iba a dar a publicidad ese día, llamó directamente al presidente de la Corte, en ese entonces el doctor Julio Nazareno, y le dijo que si sacábamos esa sentencia, o si sacaba esa sentencia ese día, nos iba a pedir el juicio político a toda la Corte. El doctor Nazareno no se amilanó, nos comunicó lo que había pasado y decidimos sostener la sentencia. Y bueno, a la tarde cumplió con su amenaza, llamó por radio, tomó la cadena nacional de radio y televisión y ordenó la deposición de toda la Corte al Congreso de la Nación, que obviamente acató su directiva, disfrazada muy plañideramente como un pedido de que era una Corte que venía con una jurisprudencia que respondía a presidentes anteriores. No, de estos presidentes anteriores que yo acabo de nombrarle, por ejemplo, el doctor Duhalde Duhalde nombró a una persona a la Corte, pero ni Puerta, ni Camaño, ni Rodríguez Sá no había nombrado a ninguno. El último presidente constitucional que había habido era el doctor Fernando de la Rúa, tampoco había nombrado a ninguno. O sea que eran cortes que venían de la época de Alfonsín, muchos de esos ministros, otros fueron nombrados por el presidente Menem, pero o sea, y no había anteriores porque Alfonsín fue el primer gobierno civil después de los gobiernos militares que se sucedieron en Argentina hasta el año 2003. Pero esa era una corte compuesta por varios ministros de distintos gobiernos. Él dijo que era una corte que respondía a intereses non santos y cosas así, y bueno, y el Congreso procedió a iniciar el juicio político. En la cadena de juicios políticos que se encabezaba en ese momento, la encabezó en un primer momento el ministro decano, que era el doctor Fay, un hombre a la sazón de cerca de 90 años, o alrededor de 90 años, un hombre de reputación no solamente nacional, sino internacional, un ministro muy querido. Bueno, después lo sustrajo, o se sustrajo del juicio político contra Fay porque él le había prometido que iba a renunciar, que no quería someterse al juicio político. Siguió con el doctor Nazareno no se quiso someter a semejante vejamen y renunció inmediatamente. Después siguió con el doctor Moliné O'Connor, justamente que es de quien estamos hablando, que era el vicepresidente de la Corte. El doctor Moliné O'Connor afrontó el juicio con una dignidad digna de elogio. Yo tengo escrito un libro, Asalto a la Justicia, que se llama, donde relato con mucho más detalle esto que estoy diciéndole a ustedes y pruebas que ofrezco en ese libro y que yo se los ofrezco a ustedes a pesar de que ya me advirtieron que no lo puedo acompañar aquí. Bueno, está de todos modos a su disposición. El doctor, siguiendo con este relato, el doctor Moliné O'Connor se somete al juicio político, no tienen absolutamente nada que... Y la Cámara de Diputados, en un dictamen muy amañado, muy eleva el juicio al Senado, y el Senado, que lo presidía la esposa propiamente del doctor Kirchner, o sea, que él era presidente de la República y la mujer era senadora y presidente de la Comisión de Juicio Político que había ordenado su marido, fue recusada por el doctor Moliné O'Connor, no aceptó la recusación, ni se excusó por una cuestión de decoro. Una mujer que nunca tuvo decoro, hoy está presa, y después de muchos años y por varios tribunales judiciales argentinos. Y se avanza con este juicio político. El doctor Moliné O'Connor, tengo entendido esto, no me consta con prueba, que creo que recurrió a la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos o a la Corte pidiendo alguna medida precautoria que no tuvo éxito en ese momento, y 21 años después, lo que me permito recriminar un poco la lentitud de este fuero internacional, dicho esto con todo cariño, ¿no? Y con una forma de colaboración, no como un reproche, estamos hoy aquí en este tema. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Sí. Usted mismo recibió amenazas en este periodo que está nombrando de presión y por parte del Poder Ejecutivo.
¿Cómo dijo?
Si recibió amenazas.
Yo, sí. Yo también fui sometido a juicio político. Dentro de los que seguimos, después de Moliné, fue el doctor López. El doctor López, así como le pasó a Nazareno, pero López no andaba ya muy bien de salud, no pudo afrontar el juicio político, renunció inmediatamente, y inmediatamente no, presentó la renuncia a 30 días vista, no sé, algo así. Y después de la renuncia, con el disgusto que se agarró, duró muy poco, falleció. Yo se lo atribuyo o la familia de él se lo atribuyó también al disgusto que le provocó este juicio político. Después del doctor López seguí yo en el juicio político. ¿Y su pregunta era?
No, si recibió amenazas.
A toneladas. Recibí amenazas yo, recibí amenazas a mi secretaria en la Corte Suprema, recibí amenazas a mi señora en mi casa. Mandaban, por ejemplo, qué sé yo, colectivos con gente de los servicios de inteligencia, de la CIDE, pero no solamente a mí, a todos los ministros. Por radio y televisión, por ejemplo, había periodistas que pasaban la foto y la dirección de nuestros domicilios y le pedían en el caso particular mío, casi todos, ¿no? Vivimos en pisos o departamentos de propiedad horizontal y le pedían a los vecinos que nos echaran, que no nos dejaran vivir ahí. La verdad que los vecinos nunca lo hicieron. Ha habido alguna que otra situación con un vecino, pues en general la gente se ponía de parte nuestra. Hubo al principio un momento de gran confusión porque los servicios de inteligencia habían hecho creer de que la Corte convalidaba esto que se llamó la especificación asimétrica y desde luego desde la Corte tenían los otros jueces inferiores o de niveles, jueces de primera instancia, camaristas y demás, que cumplir la sentencia del tribunal por razones de economía procesal. Normalmente se cumple la sentencia de la Corte como precedente porque se sabe que de todos modos se va a llegar a la Corte y va a salir esa sentencia. Pero porque todos los otros jueces inmensamente mayoritarios estaban en la defensa de la propiedad privada que implicaba este despojo de los capitales. Aparte que es bien sabido, ¿no es cierto?, que la propiedad privada es uno de los derechos insosolayables que defiende justamente o que tiene la categoría de derecho humano, ¿no? Y que lo defiende esta Corte justamente a la cual yo estoy en este momento declarando. Yo recibí amenazas, incluso un día me dijeron que si seguía Yo mi defensa la dividí en dos partes. Ahora voy a hablar un poco de esto porque si no, no se va a entender lo que voy a decir a continuación. Mi abogado defensor, que era el doctor Virgilio Loiácono, yo le dije que se ocupara de la parte jurídica y que yo iba a hacer una defensa política denunciando todo esto que estoy explicándole a ustedes. Y para eso iban bastante a muchos programas que me invitaban en televisión y accedí a un montón de reportajes, con lo cual se había abierto una expectativa y había mucha audiencia que me estaba escuchando en estos programas.
Señor Vázquez, perdone que lo interrumpa. Ha concluido el tiempo de interrogatorio. Usted podrá ampliar a través de las preguntas de mis colegas más adelante.
Bueno, cómo no. No, quería decir solamente esto, concluía la pregunta.
Sí, tiene un minuto para concluir.
Tuve hasta un atentado que me avisaron el día anterior y al día siguiente me cruzaron a balazos de la barriga. Había traído una fotocopia del expediente judicial a donde se está investigando, o se estaba investigando, porque pasaron más de 20 años, este asunto.
I went through examination, so, and I can give more details of this. Thank you very much. Now we have time for the state. for the questioning. No further questions, Madam President. Mr. Vasquez, now my colleagues will ask you questions. Judge Diego Moreno. Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning, Mr. Vasquez. It is a pleasure to have you here at the Inter-American Court. Thank you for your testimony. I would like to ask you a few questions related to the object of this declaration. First, a general question, if you could tell us again why the impeachment happened. What's the motivation behind this impeachment?
Initially, Doctor, that he wanted to put a court that responded to his desires. I had a common enemy of Dr. Kirchner, the president, and this common friend, asked me that Dr. Kirchner needed two things to govern, and that one of them was that he go back with the jurisprudence of human rights of the military government that came before Dr. Albaicin, and the other thing is the asymmetrical specifications. Need to declare that law constitutionally that came on these assets. This came from this common friend. His name was Jorge Antonio. Antonio was his last name. An old director from the Justicialista political party. A very good friend of mine and Alfonsin's as well. One time he called me to his home, and it was 4 blocks from the Justice Palace, where we had the headquarters of our court, and I concurred, given the emergency with which he called me. He didn't tell me the motive, the reason. When I got there, I saw that he was with Kirchner. He was being Kirchner's spokesperson, and Kirchner nodding his head that he wanted these two matters. That if I exceeded, did this for him, this was all written in a book. Perhaps you'll see all the proof or the evidence there in this book. This book was written during Kirchner's lifetime, and Antonio had them. I asked Antonio to tell me what had happened in his house, and he gave me that book. And here it asked me that Kirchner needed these two matters to validate the asymmetrical specification that inlaid the private property on deposit of funds. Also determined in Alfonsin's government that the court, at that moment it was a court, was made by President Alfonsin. He was the first democratically elected president. It was constitutional from a Camps case. And the successive courts continue to maintain that jurisprudence. And then Kirchner and the other courts that had validated that judgment. And I said that's something that's final judgment cannot go back to the past before that. And Kirchner got his objectives with Lopez when he went from the past to the present. He got it with Nazareno, with Elenia O'Connor, and when all of this cannot go to the past. Carmen Alquibay came to replace one of them. She was a judge of the Rome court, and she knew about a lot about human rights and the military cases, and she voted, and because if not, there's no legal security. On the point, thank you for your detailed answer. I understand that within the framework of the impeachment proceedings in the lower chamber as well as in the Senate, there are other political forces that outside of the President of the Republic. Is this true? And did the events occur like that? Look, Doctor, he only asked of me those two things. I didn't put it in my book. I didn't know this story that I will tell you. After publishing my book, the ex-head of the cabinet, who was also president of the Republic, Alberto Fernandez, testified or stated to a journalist, Nelson Castro, that Kirchner, to the members that would come, new members in the court, he would ask exactly this, what Jorge Antonio has asked of me in front of Kirchner. Kirchner stated that. The specific question is that there were deputies and senators that participated in the impeachment of Moliné that were not members of Kirchner's political movement. That's the question specifically. I think that no. I think that most, he had an absolute majority. Afterwards, yes, was a deputy, Alicia Carrillo was her name, was a deputy that she had asked that. She did that because she was an enemy with other presidents. She was an enemy and ill feelings with other ministers, not with Moliné specifically, with other judges, excuse me, not with Moliné specifically. No, I refer generally speaking, not specifically, but on to the next question. We understand that Mr. Moliné had tried to recuse this as a judge in the Supreme Court of Justice, as a magistrate. How could you, would this be viable in an impeachment proceeding? What is your vision of this? If this could be recused for Dr. Kirchner or any other senator or deputy. I know that I also challenged, and who would replace, in the case of the challenge, another senator would replace that person. Yeah, yes, logical. Impeachment commission is created. The Senator Cristina Fernandez Kirchner was not the president of the Senate. She was president of the impeachment commission. Any other senator that would not have. In addition, there were to me, senators that confessed to me that acted there, but Moliné does not declare the person incompetent to have another position. What did happen with Boqueano, there was a subsequent impeachment. They declare him not able to exercise any other function for life. So in the Moliné, they denied to decree this to no one. No. How? Next day, how could it be Senator Moliné? The president, she was so infuriated. These are things that were told to me confidentially. Senators that were members of the commission, but he was so infuriated that when they didn't declare Moliné not qualified to have political positions. No, he would declare him today, but tomorrow Moliné can come back as a senator. This is what Cristina Fernandez Kirchner said. Yes, thank you, David. So yes, it was possible to have the challenge. Yes, the person should have stepped down, but the impeachment between the husband and his wife, the president and his wife, the senator, they talked about it. It was pillow talk. Do you think that this situation, this legislative situation that existed in putting your country into order, that if someone was dismissed because of an impeachment, they were, social benefits were taken away from that person? Was that something that could have influenced his decision to resign and go into a impeachment proceeding? Yes, it's. Look at a case. I'm a military person, Mr. Reiki. This is hypothetical. I'm not speaking of anyone specifically. Accused of a serious offense of human rights. His title is taken away from him. His benefits are taken away. For the family of that family member, they give them the corresponding pensions as if he had died. He didn't have any retirement or pension, but the family is not affected by that action. However, in this case, it has affected. We have today, we had as testimonies, Molina Connors stated that she hasn't been paid any money where she should have been paid. I have accepted to come here to testify as a witness for several reasons, because this is so bad, because to be a witness, as I couldn't deny it, because I know it's a public position, at least in my country. For that reason I did it in the first. And secondly, because of something of my conscience. If it would have happened to me, what happened to Molina O'Connor, and Molina would have come on my behalf to testify. So I think this was such a serious injustice. That's why I'm here. Thank you for your candor, Doctor. May I ask a few more questions? The model of impeachment in Argentina is from the Constitution of 1008. The model of political impeachment in the Argentine Constitution is the original one from 1853, or has it been modified? Yes, it did have modifications, so it doesn't follow the original impeachment model, American impeachment proceeding. Basically, it's very similar, but from the impeachment proceeding, is it possible for a case of removal? Can that be connected to the content of a decision of a magistrate of the court? Yes, jurisprudence says that a judge cannot ever be taken to an impeachment because of the results of their decisions or their judgments. It's the North American model too, but in this case it was taken because of the content of a judgment that was not a judgment. It was not a judgment, really. The case of Moliné O'Connor, it was a pronunciation of an arbitration court. Sometimes there are national arbitration courts. I think this was a national one. It was a domestic arbitration court from the Ministry of Public Works of the nation. And that arbitration court found in favor of a contractor. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I think it's wrong. But there could be no appeal to the court directly in an appealment court. I think Moliné opposed this. I think. I repeat the word I think. He opposes in his impeachment proceeding. I oppose this in my defense through in the deputy chamber. There was such a scandal that was produced that was said to the president of impeachment proceedings from the deputy chamber. It's not Dr. Kirchner, but it's a Deputy Falou. I said, Deputy, are you saying to me why? Well, I submitted myself to the opinion of the national procurator. Moliné did it. There was a judgment that more or less would be the same. They were all judgments votes that confused. But you know that the only person that is acting wrong is the executive branch, because obviously you had the Ministry of Public Works from the public branch. Yet it deposes as correspondent. If you see something that's abnormal, evidently they talked. If there was a graft money involved in the impeachment, you need to do the announcement before the judge, the first instance judge, and then they would elevate that employees or a private person that would have tried to pay the graft money. I don't know, in your country, graft money is used in this way that we talk about that, and that should have been sent to court of the first instance. Whether they won or lost, they could the appeals court, and if there was no chamber of captation chamber. He said, how we could pronounce if an arbitration judgment is right or not, if we don't give them the right of defense. It's not a procedure court, where the maximum elevation that a court of elevation, a decree was taken out from the executive branch. The executive said that the trial be done in the first instance, and then they're accusing me for that, and they removed Moliné, and then the decree came out after the trial, after the impeachment proceeding was done. The decree was taken out. What they had to do, it had to be done before. So this was a very tainted trial, indeed. See, Dr. Vasquez, only two more questions. I would ask you to be very brief. I'm sure that my colleagues will have several questions for you. We're an international court, and what is the automatic majority? What did you refer to? What did you want to apply to automatic majority? Yes. Look, this was something coined by a journalist. He wrote a book that was called Doing the Court. But he started to say that everyone who voted in favor when the dollarization happened, that was an automatic majority. There's an American author that studied this book, that group of persons that was referred to that never existed, and if it existed, it was 0.001% of the judgments. The judgments would always come out with a vote of people that were named by Alfonsín, people named by Menem, people that were named by or appointed by Dualde, and there was no thank you, Doctor. Yes, I wanted to say one thing. That when President Menem extended the number of magistrates from 5 to 9, there were never magistrates, Nazareno Moliné, it was Ricardo Nalene, very famous. He wrote the most complete history of Argentina. And that magistrate, Ricardo Levene Jr., I replaced him 4 or 5 years after this happened under President Menem. I didn't go into the court under automatic majority. I came much later. However, they included me in that group of absolute majority. Thank you. The last question would be the following. What happens when the impeachment proceeding happens and they remove Dr. Moliné and he recurs to the Supreme Court? And if you can give us a summary of that. When he goes to the Supreme Court, obviously, we all were challenged each other. So the Court of Judges practically validated what had been said or pronounced by the Senate behind closed door, without opening the evidence. That Court of Judges was made up of judges of lower instances. I don't have any more questions for you, Dr. Vasquez. I just want to reference to a comment you said regarding the slow character. Mr. Moliné should have been sent here. The proceeding in the international proceeding, I refer to that, to be a little bit self-critical. I thank you for having touched upon that. I said that compared to what we're seeing here, the case of food support that Moliné's family has the right to, or any other. I think that there has to be a quicker treatment from protection. I don't know under what. I don't know with the case of Croatia in the Rome court and Yugoslavia. I know in the case of Premier Archivai, it then came to integrate the court of Argentina. The trial ended in approximately 1 year. And in that trial, there were a lot of deaths involved, disintegration of a country, and Montenegro and Serbia were a part of Yugoslavia. Here, comparing, that trial was quick. There was a judgment over in 1 year. I have no more questions. Thank you, Judge Morona. Judge Borea Adria. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vasquez, for your presentation. The first question to rectify what I have understood. I want to make sure that I understood this correctly. You point out that the topic of changing the currency symbol is one of the reasons why President Kirchner was interested in that law from the legislative branch was not invalidated for the resolution court. Yes, it had been invalidated. In Argentina, they call it the corralito. And the corralito first, and then the corralón, or the larger corral. The corral first, and then the larger corral. You pointed out that President Kirchner afterwards named, he produced this circumstance to his court. A court that was addicted. Bread, when they call bread bread and wine. So President Kirchner names his court, members of his court. I thought I understood that you said that the new judges, when they're appointed, they sustain the judgments by which you were judged. Yes, they said what Kirchner said. If you want, I can expand a little bit. For example, I'll give you names, first names and last names. One of them made up this court. Zaffaroni. Zaffaroni, at a determined moment, started to work as a legislative person. He started to work as a legislative person from his position as a judge. That's serious, isn't it? Yes, and I'll explain this. Zaffaroni's vote says that up to 40,000 pesos, or up to $40,000. I think these are the correct values. I believe after 20 years, it's written in the book, and up to 40,000 pesos, the value would be 1 peso would equal $1. From 40,000 pesos to 90,000 pesos, 1 peso would value 20% less. And from 70,000 pesos to an infinite amount, the asymmetric specification was applied, because who uses the asymmetrical specification? That was Duvalde's presidency. But Kirchner did it because he had done an arrangement with the banks, because those who took the most of the money was the banks. They had given a space for the judges, and the judges, the first instance judges, when the banks would say that we're limited because of this money, well, let embargo the central branch. And in several cases, the main branches there was an embargo placed on them from French banks, banks from the U.S. What happened? I see this judgment from Zaffaroni. I say, where did you get this from? And in addition, the example that I gave in an article, and I said, well, the legal nature of a Fiat 600 is from the legal nature of property. The nature, it's different than of the property of a Mercedes-Benz. Is it different? So it's different. The essence is the same. They're both automobiles. They have the same value, the same types of values are used, but the legal nature of a $10,000 deposit, is it different from the legal nature of a $10 million deposit, for me it's the same. That's why I said that Safaroni, where did he get this difference from? That's what I wanted to clarify. Doctor, one of the causes for which this vacancy was produced is that this removal was produced because of poor performance. Can you let us know what was conceived, how you spoke regarding what was poor performance, and how would make up its own case to leave a judge without his position? There were no causes. It was the it was the will of a legislator. For me, where's the cause? Because in the case of Miller, what we did was remit ourselves to jurisprudence and see the court in its entire history. There was no single case throughout the decades or centuries. I can't talk about centuries because Argentina doesn't have that many centuries. Century and a half, the court never said something contrary, nor in the reform of the 60s or the 90s, the reform of the 90s, now in the last one from 1994. So, in your criteria, or at that time, you would communicate between them. No, I'm not. I'm referring to when the problem happens. The problem happened for each one of the magistrates that made part of the court, the Supreme Court of the Argentine state, right? Look, Doctor, I have it written, and I will say it as well. Here there were two causes. There were, in the Cam's case that I spoke about before, when there was a new law of obedience and final obedience, and there were judges that made up from inferior judges from the first instance and from chambers. Because of two, Petrosky and Onanarsky, they fixed this with Kirchner when Jorge Antonio told me. He said, I have two friends in the court, and that I've known them since they were young. And Petrosky were named by Alfonsín, and you don't accept that. Why not? And Jorge asked me this in front of Kirchner. I said, no, because I respect things that have been judged. Petrosky had founded the Cam's case justifying these laws, and he founded this. I say this for the fourth time. After the arrangement with Kirchner, constitutionality was wrecked. It's inexplicable, really. And a reality, the topics of law will see this. The temptation of asking you things regarding the law, I will try to be succinct. When the journalist Verditsky talks about the automatic majority, referred that this majority that you made up. No. I wasn't there when the book was written. At the moment, I was judge of the Civil and Trade Chamber. I had the first instance, and then I became a magistrate. What did you refer Journalist Radisky referred to when he talked about the automatic majority. Would you vote backing Kirchner's? No, the book was way before Kirchner. This was written. This book was at the beginning of 1990, and Kirchner arrived at 2003. This book was written in 1990, 1991 or 1992, maybe 1993. So the automatic majority referred to that normally the cases or certain types of cases would come to the court, and it was they were quickly resolved. No, I want to repeat this to you, and you can tell me yes. You're a liar. No, I'm saying to you that that never existed. What I wanted to see was a critique. No, he invented it. Vervicki invented it. He invented it, so the journalist invented it. So that caused a lot of damage to all other persons like yourself. It was bothersome really. So thank you very much, Dr. Vasquez. Thank you very much, Dr. Vasquez. Thank you, Judge Borea. Judge Perez Goldberg. Morning, Dr. Vasquez. Good morning, Doctor. I would like to make a reference to what you told us when your time finished. You're going to give complimentary information, but your time finished to intervene initially. If you want to refer to those aspects that you were going to let us know. And substantially, I already mentioned when I answered the first the judge. If you want, I can add many more things, but the most important things of my testimony, that the things they did to Moliné O'Connor, he died in 2014, more than 10 years ago. But the fact that his family continues to suffer from this is horrible. And I want to repeat it again. I came here because of an obligation that all of us have to be witnesses because we held a public position in this case. I guess because I thought that I need to do this. And my colleagues covered a lot of questions that I had. I would only to confirm if I understood a concept that was repeated often in the hearing. Refers to the automatic majority, the relationship with his asymmetrical situation. You pointed out that this measure of economic character, that the asymmetrical specification was started with Duvalde's presidency. And then you pointed out that that measure was maintained during the government of President Kirchner, correct? According to what I understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was a comment off mic. Comment off mic.
su plata que tenía retenida, y si es necesario doy el nombre de la causa, pero preferiría no darlo porque se trata de un colega. Pero lo puedo dar, tampoco hay nada malo. Este camarista, que era un camarista civil, se hace autonombrar él o el hermano de él, a los dos, oficiales de justicia ad hoc, para ir, o sea, saca el amparo y se hace nombrar para ir y recabar su plata. Y va y recaba su plata y se la lleva del banco. No me acuerdo, serían, vamos a poner $100.000, a poner. Viene el doctor Belucio y dice, esto...
This needs to be declared that was poorly, the challenge was poorly done, this precautionary measure. Because we're giving a bad example. We declare this procedure null and void. Now, the money was returned from the bank, but the judgment came out. The judgment was taken advantage by the Duales government, that the court validated the asymmetrical specification. That's what he said, that those who had collected their money and then he should have returned it. I don't know if I explained myself well. The entire country thought that the court was approving, and the press said the court was approving the return of the persons who had collected their money back to the institutions. These were the last days of December. We were approaching the end of December. Then in January, the whole month of January, is when the judicial system closes down because of vacations. There were a pair of judges in charge of the break, of the judicial break. The first thing they did in 15 days are in charge of the Moliné O'Connor, and another judge were in charge of the judicial break. In the second 15-day period, Dr. Vasquez and myself were there. And I started to speak with Lopez. And Petraki was in Florianopolis in Brazil on vacation. And some tourists started to yell at him, and he was with his wife and his children, and he asked me to send him a plane ticket to come before finishing his vacation. He was scared that a plane that would come from Argentina would be full of Argentinians. So I sent him the plane ticket, and he summoned us to ask him to summon to have a session to declare this. And remember the name Petrosky. I said, Doctor, there are 4 days left to the fair, to the break to finish. The first day after the fair, we treated this. I have everything else resolved and everything done with Lopez. We did this with Lopez, declaring the inconstitutionality of the Corralón and the Corralito and all the other measures. Petrosky came, Boser called me and said he wanted to remove the constitutionality of the asymmetrical specification, and that's what happened. We called, and the first day, and Nazareno called, and Traki, and we sat down, said, this is what we need to declare constitutional. I told Petrosky, well, okay. So we didn't give him the draft. I needed an hour to read this draft. So with this in 4 hours, and 2 hours, we're talking about Duarte's government. Petrosky came after 2 hours. He said, I withdraw my vote. So I withdraw my vote, he said. If I would let it this, he said that the vote was okay. The other 6 of us, we had the first impeachment. We removed the vote, declaring inconstitutionally on the first business day in the month of February. That was the first inconstitutional measure that was taken by us. Trotsky removes his vote. We were in session. Dualde called and he asked to speak with Nazareno, and Nazareno said, let's go on the telephone. And all of the magistrates heard the conversation. The president says, Nazareno Dualde says, we understand what had happened. Somebody called and asked Petrosky to withdraw his vote. And that was the first mess. And the first impeachment proceeding, and the impeachment proceeding is the second impeachment, really. The first impeachment for this same case was done in Dualde's government. And he lost, but he didn't get the majority vote in the lower chamber for the impeachment. After this, things changed, and people saw that we declared the inconstitutionality and said to return the money, and that there were judges that started to place embargoes on main branches of the banks. And so this permitted all the banks to have autonomous banks in the country. Other banks copied this, specifically from Latin American banks. So the BBVA from France and from Argentina is independent from the head office in France. They all changed their bylaws. So regarding the crux of the matter, say that the judgment that was determined from the case, from the magistrate that had done justice by himself. It wasn't the jurisprudence of the court to declare the inconstitutionality of appropriating the private property. As my colleague Moreno said, we don't know the realities, and so he said from that judgment there was automatic majority, and then after that it was the San Luis judgment, and San Luis is one of our provinces, and it had a very large deposit. The application of the doctrina, we ordered San Luis make a payment, and when Kirchner had asked to not take out that resolution, and in the afternoon, since we said no, in the afternoon, the National Network of Radio and Television, and they decapitated all of us. less those that agreed with him, as Jorge Antonio told me, Cacabel, and there were a few others. Pino fixed the situation. He was intelligent to say that he was going to resign. This is after the mess had happened to us. Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Jueza Pérez. Juez Enrique. Yes, Madam President. No, I thought you were dismissing me. I'm sorry. The president and myself need to ask questions. In the first place, I wanted to ask you that in your criteria, the seriousness that you described, the promotion of the impeachment and the resignation of certain judges. Did this change the legal nature in Argentina? Yes. To start with the most serious thing, in the two cases, there were two cases that Kirchner's chief of staff recognized were the two cases that he wanted to the asymmetrical specification and to retry cases that had already had final judgments on them.
I would like to talk about the impeachment of Dr. Moliné. First, I would like to hear your opinions regarding the procedural guarantees regarding impartiality of the court or the Senate, and if the timing and adequate means were there for the defense, for the articulation of the defense. No. And proof of that is that the Senate was acting as a court, and it was impartial. It wasn't impartial. Kirchner's wife wasn't impartial. She was following orders from her husband. Others like her. Were there votes against impeachment? From what I understand, yes, because it is secret. But what I understand, yes. So what you're saying is that from the procedural point of view, regarding not applying the whole sanction, and there were many in favor. The question is that, according to you, the Senate was not impartial, and the defense resources from Dr. Moliné were not enough. The text says that the payment of a stipend, which was a lot of money. This is what I was telling you. They started an impeachment process without any basis. What they did to us was an impeachment to one of the powers of the state. That's it. In the Miller case, was the decision unanimous? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I think 5 or 6 of us voted against. The jurisprudence of all the courts was like that since the Constitution was created, and all the rights were violated. What the executive branch did, I don't remember if it was the Decree 431 of that year. The executive power, the executive branch, they said they were mistaken, and I think that didn't fix anything. No, the party. The of the dissidents party, they didn't vote, so there were 2 or 3 judges that didn't vote. According to your knowledge, do you remember if the Supreme Court of Argentina Supreme Court maintained that jurisprudence after this ruling? Yes. So this jurisprudence has not been changed. No. They cannot change it. What does the court do to fix? What do they do if there is a due diligence? This is an important information that I wanted to gather. And regarding jurisprudence, sorry, I'm probably missing some information because it's been 20-something years that I've not been working. So, and another topic related to the Supreme Court of Argentina. From what I understand, was there any declaration from the court regarding poor performance? From what I understand, no, there is no jurisprudence, but there is, but regarding other levels in public service or some judge, some other type of judge, but not regarding judges of the Supreme Court. Yes, there are very few impeachments to judges of the Supreme Court. Yes, in other areas, yes, there are jurisprudence regarding poor performance, but not in the court. What would be the objectives of this court? What would be the components of the poor performance? One of them would be to rise up in arms against the government. That will be the main reason. Or situations of bribery as well. Thank you so much for your answers. They have been really extremely important for me. No further questions. Mr. Vasquez, there are no more questions for this court. We are going to have a recess until 1:45. Thank you. All rise. The court is adjourned.